Test. All right, everybody, find a seat. We're going to have the drivers meeting here in just a few minutes. All right, all drive teams need to be in the stairs. Hopefully everybody is there. All right, good morning, Machu Picchu teams. That was a little pathetic. I've been traveling through eastern Iowa, and I've been up to Waterloo and Cedar Falls and Cedar Rapids, and those guys are pretty loud. Are you guys loud? All right, let's try. I'm going to give you one more opportunity, right? I want to see that Machu Picchu is the loudest league in eastern Iowa, right? Yeah. All right. Good morning, Machu Picchu teams. That is much, much better. Almost as good as Waterloo. You don't want to try one more time, do you? Good morning, Machu Picchu teams. All right, that's more like it. Thank you. All right, we need to make sure, I think everybody is here, but we do need the countdown or the, what do we call this thing? Make sure all the teams are here, right? You guys know the drill, right? I don't want to look up. I want to hear that you're here, all right? Let's see who's the loudest team here. Organized Chaos. Cyberhawks. McCanaries. Night Riders. You bet. Winter Soldiers. Winter Soldiers, are they in the house? I need to hear your voices because I can't see you. Okay, I think you're up there. All right. We'll need to work on that. Okay, Bellevue Blockheads. Mechanicats. Pioneer Robotics Fairfield. Deductive Thinkers. Mechanical Soup. Robo Raptors. Royal Robots. Ooh, wow. Topbot. You guys are hosting today, right? You guys must be tired or something. And then we have Pioneer Robotics Davenport. And then the screw-ups. Where are you guys at? Oh, my goodness. I love it. All right, this is the drivers and coaches and human players meeting. We're going to talk about a lot of topics. My name is Scott. I will be your head referee today. I will be joined by a number of other refs over there in the zebra shirts. We've got Eric. And we have Zane over there. We've got Jackie. And Kat. All right. All right, great. And there's one more person that we need to introduce. And when you guys have problems on the field with your robot, who are you going to call? FTA, that's right. It will be Sammy today. You already gave it away. All right, let's practice one time here. You run into problems, and what do you say? Why don't you guys yell that loud when you're actually at the field? All right. Let me switch screens here. Hold on a second. Where's Sammy? There's Sammy. Yeah. Sammy, do you have any words of wisdom for the team before I start talking?
Hi guys, I'm Sammy. If you need my help today, you let me know. I will be on the field, or I can wander back to your pit if you need me to go back to your pit. If you need my attention on the field, you do need to be loud because it will be loud in here. And the refs have more important things to do than yell FTA for you because you aren't yelling it. Okay? If you tell me you are ready, does that mean you're ready? Does that mean I'm going to turn around, go check on the other alliance, and you're going to suddenly decide you aren't ready? Awesome. Because I don't enjoy doing that, because then Scott gets mad at me when I tell him all the teams are ready, and then somebody's like, no, we're not ready anymore. He doesn't like that. Neither does Bill. And Bill's my ride home. I'm not getting left here today. He is my ride home. Okay? No, Phil does not want me sitting in his van. So, also, I'd like to know when you get on the field, as soon as you set down your robots, please turn them on so they start getting connected, and then line them up. They still need to be turned off in queuing, and they need to be turned off whenever you are carrying them. But as soon as you get them on the field and set them down, let's turn them on so they start working on connecting while you line them up, and that'll just kind of help us get the matches set up a little bit faster, okay? I'm not sure that I have anything else. I think that's it. Yeah, if you need my attention, just let me know. I'll be wandering around. I'll try not to be hard to find.
All right, thank you, Sammy. All right, I have to ask this question just to make sure. I know it's late in the season, but are there any teams that haven't competed this season yet? Okay, good. So you guys know the rules. You've been keeping up with the updates, all that, right? One person has. That's good. I was hoping for a little bit more audience participation on that one. All right, safety gear. Everybody knows what the safety gear is, right? Safety glasses, closed-toe shoes. Where do we wear those? Around the competition area and in the pits. Everybody, including spectators, need to have safety glasses on and appropriate footwear. No Crocs, please. All right, a couple other safety things. When you're putting your robots on the field, make sure you're not stepping over the gate. I think we've run through that enough times that that should be a no-brainer. Batteries. Oh, my goodness. I've seen so many batteries fall out of robots this year. Please make sure your robot battery has its seatbelt fastened during the entire match, okay? We don't want it to go flying out. You guys good with that, right? All right. What's other safety things? Okay, make sure you don't have a dangerous robot. If your robot is doing things that are dangerous, I will ask you to disable the robot, like your battery falling out. be careful about reaching into the field. Of course, the human player can reach into the field, but has to do that safely. We'll talk a little bit more about the human player in a few minutes. What other safety things do I got here? Oh, also make sure you push stop on your driver station at the end of the match in case we have to go onto the field, okay? So it's safe. And your robot power switch. When you're walking around with your robot, what position should it be in? What was it? Off, right. As Sammy said, once you get to the field, turn it on right away so you can connect, so we can get things moving. Are there any other questions you guys have about safety? Otherwise, we'll move on. All right, so queuing. It looks like we have queuing tables over there for blue and red. I think we don't really have to say a whole lot about queuing. You guys know the deal, right? Make sure you're at the queuing tables before your match. Everybody knows how to set up their robot in the field, right? We don't have to go over that today. I think you guys got that handled, so we don't have to spend time on it. Let's see, autonomous. Make sure, keep on saying this, during autonomous, make sure your robot is not passing into the other side of the field. That can have dire consequences, right? I saw one robot last week went flying across the field and disrupted 6 artifacts. So how many penalties is that, guys? Or fouls, I should say. 6 majors, yes, 6 majors. That's a lot. So keep control of your robot. Remember, during auto, you can push stop on your driver station, but that's the only other thing you can do besides start your robot, okay? Don't be scrolling around and doing other things on your driver station. Just hold tight until the transition period. Guys have any questions about auto? Okay, that's kind of the main thing. Also, make sure that your robot is stopped at the end of auto, okay? We don't want to have any penalties or any fouls for that. Okay. Also, make sure that your robot is not moving during the autonomous to driver control transition. I think you guys all know that right now, right? Let's see. Teleop. The main thing in teleop that we want to watch out for is the gate, right, guys? Who thinks that staying away from the gate's important? Yes, yes. Stay away from the gate. Also the protected zones, the gate zone, secret tunnel, loading zone. Make sure if you are in the opponents, make sure you're doing it and not getting caught, okay? Right. You guys know the rules associated with those areas. I'm not going to have to repeat it today. Let's see. There is defensive play. Some of you teams have been using defensive play, and that's okay. What is not okay is anything that you're going to do that's intent on damaging other robots, okay? I don't think that's going to be a problem, but make sure it's not. Sometimes we do get into some pinning situations, especially towards the back of the goal, so watch that. Also, make sure that your robot signs stay on your robots. I've been seeing a lot of robot signs falling off this year as well. Whose robot sign is going to stay on? Yeah. Whose robot sign is going to fall off? Okay, I'm going to watch you guys, deductive thinkers. Okay, make sure you keep them on. You guys have any other questions related to teleop? I'm not going to cover a lot of the things that I did in the earlier season because you guys should know the rules by now. I don't think there's anything that noteworthy that I've seen. Yeah. Okay. All right. End game. Last 20 seconds. Everybody knows the goal is to park in the base zone. The most important thing during that 20 seconds is what? Are you guys sleeping? Nobody knows the answer to this question? It's to stay out of the opposing alliance's base zone, or stay away from it, okay? Okay? Because that's going to be major, and they're going to get the full base points. So you guys need to watch out for that. Also, make sure that you're stopping by 000. We score the base zone at 000. And if you're moving around, it's going to hard for us to tell whether you're in there or not. And it may not be obvious to us whether you were in there or not. So it behooves you to make sure your robot is stopped. Also, you don't want to get a minor foul for that as well. Any questions about that? You guys are so quiet today. All right, human players. Where are my human players today? All right, human player job is kind of hard this year, and you have to make sure that you're paying attention to what you're doing so that you don't get fouls, all right? All right. So the general rule, the main thing with human players is we want to make sure that things are safe, right? So we want to make sure that when you're reaching into the field, it is safe to do so. Be very careful if there's a robot very close to you, because we don't want to touch that robot, right? Does anybody know what happens if you touch a robot? Major? Yes. Something else happens too. Yellow card, yes. We don't want to get yellow cards, right? Okay. So make sure you're not touching the robot. Make sure you're not touching the artifact and the robot at the same time when you're loading. Make sure when you're putting the artifact into the loading zone that it stays in the loading zone. It is okay to roll it into another robot, but once it leaves the loading zone, now you've just got a minor, okay? So be careful of that. Everybody knows that you can only have 6 artifacts in the box, right? We are going to have our field resetters put additional artifacts in your box. So if you have more than 6 and you get a 7th one in there, you need to start getting it into the field, okay? We'll warn you if you have more than 6, but you need to make a good faith effort to get it in the field as soon as possible, okay? Yes. Okay. So a little quiz for you, all right? I've got 6 over here. I just picked up 2. What happens? It's 2 minors if you're holding them out of the field, okay? Right? 2 minors. So be careful with that. All right. Human players, do you have any specific questions? You guys must know everything this year. All right, well, let's wrap this up. If you do have any more questions today, we do have a question box. It is right over here. Usually Sammy comes over and demonstrates how to use the question box, but I guess I will. So this is the question box if you have a question. The rules of the question box are 1 student and up to 1 silent observer, okay? That could be another student, a coach, mentor, parent, something like that. They need to stay silent. The student must make all the arguments. Bring evidence. When I talk about evidence, bring the competition manual or maybe the Q&A forum post or something like that. We can't accept any videos, any photos, or artistic renditions of the incident. Okay. And try to do that as soon as possible, because I am getting old and I start forgetting what happened in the previous match that we just did. Just remember, we will listen to your concerns. I may confer with my referee crew, but the head referee decision on the ruling will be the final ruling. All right? Boy, we're doing pretty good on time. All right, you guys ready to get this day started? Are you really ready to get this day started? Are you guys ready to get this day started? All right. When we can start matches? 10:45 we'll start matches. So if you're in the first match, you want to get to the queuing tables. I guess you got a little time. That's 20 minutes. We wait that long? We could start at 10:30. You guys want to start at 10:30 or you want to wait? Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. 10. We'll do it 10:45 because we have to do some business over here. Right. Sorry, I just want to get things going.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. I'm curious. So my name is Sam. I'm going to be one of your announcers today. My job is to help you understand what the heck is going on down here, why the robots are shooting these balls into the different colored goals and all that. So I'd like to just get a show of hands. How many of you, this is the first time you've ever been to one of these? Couple? Okay. A couple first-timers, good. And how many of you, you're pretty much veterans? You've been to a lot of these, and all right, cool. How many of you, so those that have been the first time this season? Okay, cool. Well, that's awesome. So maybe this will be mostly for the three of you then, but for everybody. We'll go over a little bit of the basics of the rules here before we get into the matches. Matches are going to start at 10:45. Teams will start loading up. But to go through the basics of this game, this is First Tech Challenge, by the way. That's what this program is. And this game changes every year. So in September, students find out what the game is. And when I say it changes completely, I mean completely. The walls stay the same. The fact that there's gray flooring stays the same. But all of the taped off areas, these are not here. This is the first time these have been here. It's the first time we've had these as game elements. So in previous years, we've had like traffic cones, little 3-inch blocks and 3-inch wiffle balls. We've had all kinds of crazy stuff, some big Lego-looking pieces. We've had all kinds of stuff. But this year, these are our main game elements. And these are called artifacts. You can call them balls if you'd like to, but they're artifacts, truthfully. This is an excavation not excavation. What am I thinking of? Yes, an excavation-themed season. That's not the right word. Decode, but what's the theme of the season? What's that word I'm looking for? Not excavation. Archaeology, that's the one. Thank you. Archaeology themed season. So these are artifacts. And so the teams are going to be picking up these artifacts from out here on the field, and they're going to be launching them into the goals. There's 2 teams on the Blue Alliance and 2 teams on the Red Alliance, and they get mixed up every match. So you might be with one team in one match and against them in the next match. And they're going to be taking these artifacts, green and purple, which we'll talk about in a second. But for this purpose, the color doesn't matter. They'll be taking these artifacts off of the field and collecting them from a human player. There'll be somebody on the outside of the field that'll be handing them into the robots as well. And they'll be taking these and launching them up into the goals. To launch an artifact, they have to be in one of the launch zones. If I'm standing here, if I'm a robot, I cannot launch from here. I have to be within this area or within this area. So some robots may shoot from really far away. Some of them may shoot from up close. When they shoot the artifacts in, the artifacts enter the top of the goal, go through the ramp, down through the square, or go through the arch, down through the square, and onto the ramp. When the artifact gets through all 3 of those, through the top, through here, and through here, it earns points. If the artifact goes directly from this point down onto the ramp, it gets 3 points. If, they're going to be so mad at me for messing this up that I'll reset it. If the ramp gets full, so they've scored all of these, and the ramp fills up, any more artifacts that go through are considered overflow. You can see they flow out over the top of the artifacts. Those are only worth 1 point. So the initial ones are worth 3. Any more that go over are worth 1. But teams can release the artifact using the gate. They come up to this zone, they tap the gate, they can release them back out. So they still get the points for having scored them, and now they get a chance to score more of those of the classified artifacts worth 3 points. So you're going to see teams loading it up and then emptying it out, loading it up, emptying it out. Let's see, what else? There's some different taped off zones here. We already talked about the launch zones. This is the loading zone, these areas here. Any of the 4 robots can go into the loading zones. They're not Alliance specific, but they are Alliance protected. So this zone, while it is taped off in white, is technically a blue zone, which means A red robot can come in here, but if they touch a blue robot while they're in here, red gets a penalty. So red can come in, but they have to be careful about it. True over here, if a red robot is in there and blue touches them, blue gets the penalty. So they have to watch out for those things. This is the secret tunnel zone. Ooh la la. This is also a protected zone in the same way that this one is. So red can come in here, but if blue contacts them, red gets a penalty. So they have to be careful, but they can grab out from there. One strategy you might see teams do today, that I really hope we do, because it's pretty advanced, is that teams may, I don't know if we'll see it, but teams may get some artifacts in, and then come over here and open the gate, and then immediately pick them up again and shoot them again. Of course, over here in the zone. So we'll have to watch for that. That's a pretty high-level strategy of just kind of cycling those 3 or 9 or whatever they are.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3,
Oh, you're good?
2, 1.
And so this is the match timer. Each match is 2 minutes and 30 seconds. The first 30 seconds is pre-programmed. So teams will be out here. They'll have the robots on the field. They'll press play, and the robot will do something on its own for 30 seconds. Teams have either maybe pre-programmed and said, hey, run forward for 3 seconds, or move forward 2 feet or something. So it's pre-programmed, but they can also use cameras. So they can give the robots eyes. So their robots can see the right colors of these. And the reason that the colors matter, the reason that we have purple and we have green, has to do with this thing right back here. This is the obelisk. And on the obelisk, there's a pattern. We can see this one is purple, purple, green. This one is purple, green, purple. And this one is green, purple, purple. What that pattern means, it gets randomized at the start of the match. So we'll randomize it, we'll spin it one way or the other. And what that corresponds to is that is the order that teams want to be scoring the artifacts in. So, as I mentioned, if I get an artifact into here, I get points. If I get them into here in the right order, I get bonus points. So here it's green, purple, purple. So let's score those in that way. At the end of the first 30 seconds, if those artifacts are sitting in the ramp just like they are, I'll get 2 bonus points per artifact that is correct. So if our pattern is green, purple, purple, 2 bonus points, 2 bonus points, 2 bonus points. If, let's say, it was like this, green, purple, purple. Is this green? No, 0 bonus points. Is this purple? No, 0 bonus points. Is this purple? Yes, 2 bonus points. So it's scored individually, and that gets repeated up the ramp. So up to 3 times, so you score 9 individual ones. We'd be looking for green, purple, purple, green, purple, purple, green, purple, purple. They get 2 bonus points if it's in the right spot. And if they earn enough of those bonus points, they can accrue a ranking point. And a ranking point is very powerful in this competition. You get 3 ranking points for winning a match, 0 for losing a match, and you can get bonus ranking points throughout the match. One of the ways is if you get 9 of these in the right spot throughout the match, you get a bonus ranking point. So it's almost like you half won the match. So it's really important. So you're going to be looking for that. The other ways that they can earn those ranking points that are really important is by moving during the match. So if there's going to be 2 robots on each alliance, red is going to start on this side. If they're able to get off this line, they get 3 points. If they're able to get off of this line, they get 3 points. And at the end of the match, if they get partially within this zone, they get 5 points.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
If they're fully within, they get
3,
10 points.
2, 1.
If they can get 16 points amongst all those things, they'll get a bonus ranking point. So they want to be moving in autonomous in the first 30 seconds and then at the end of the game. And the final one, this one's pretty hard to get. But if an alliance can score 36 of these artifacts into their goal throughout the match, they'll get another bonus ranking point. So that's pretty hard. That's a lot of artifacts to get, but we may see it happen today. So watch out for those. So it not only matters how many they're scoring, but what they're scoring. So pay attention to this pattern. The teams definitely will. They'll be trying to get some pattern ranking points in there. Let's see. Anything else to talk about? We already talked about this as the launching zone. They have to be inside of this zone or in that side of that zone to launch. Any other questions any of you have? Anything unclear about the game? It'll make a lot more sense when it's not me. Yeah, go ahead. Sure. So the question was, how hard of an impact does it have to be aggressive? So we have 4 robots out here on the field. They're trying to move quickly around the field. They're probably going to end up hitting each other. Defense and aggressive play, totally allowed. The important thing is this is not combat robotics. The point is to score points, not to break other teams' robots. So there's a lot of, it can sometimes be a gray area. How hard did they hit them? Do they mean to hit them? And that's the point of it, is the intent. They can hit them, they can pin, they can block, they can do all these different things. The trick is, did they intend to do it, and did they intend to cause damage when they did it? So if they're running into them with the goal of shutting off the robot or breaking the robot, and they do, that's where you see penalties. But they can play really aggressive as long as it's within the rules, but if they cause damage and they intended to cause damage, that's where you run into some problems there. Exactly. So these robots are going to be moving really fast. Some of them are really heavy. You're probably going to hear some big crashes down here. It'll happen during the match. It's all good. We let the referees handle the fouls. So there are ways you can earn fouls in this game, penalties essentially, for acting in ways you should not. One of them is playing aggressively, damaging with intent. And there's some other ones we'll talk about throughout the matches as well. If they happen, I'll keep you informed on what fouls are going on. Any other questions? Yeah, if you want to turn off your Wi-Fi on your phone, if you're not using it, that would be great. These robots connect via Wi-Fi. How the robots work is essentially the drivers out here have a phone, and they've got their controllers plugged into it, and this phone talks to another phone on their robot, and they use Wi-Fi. So the less Wi-Fi signals we have going on out here, the better the robots will be able to connect. So if you can, please turn off your Wi-Fi if you're not making use of it. That'll help make sure these robots are connected. Okay, any last questions? Referees are finishing up. Teams are getting ready to head to the field. Okay, well, I'll be your guide up here for about half of the matches today, so if you have any questions, just let me know and we can talk through them after each match, okay? There is one thing I need from you, though. There's one thing I need from the audience. These teams have been working hard all season to be here. Their season started in September. They've gone to a lot of competitions. They've done a lot of iterations on their robot. Some of them, it might only be their first or second competition. So we need to make them feel valued, right? Help them know that the work that they're doing matters for their team. It matters for their future. They're having a big impact. So at the end of each match, when we announce the scores, I need you to give the teams a big round of applause, okay? Can you do that for me? Can I trust you to help me give them a big round of applause and make them feel valued today? Got one? Anybody else want to be in on? Yes? Okay? All right? Yeah. Good practice. So make them feel valued at the end of the match. We'll also introduce the teams at the start of the match. So if you hear a team that you know, give them a big round of applause and make them excited to be up here, okay? All right, thank you. We'll get started in just a little bit. Okay, everybody, it's time for our first match. So let's go ahead and meet and greet the teams being here today. Please give them a big round of applause. First up, on the red side of the field, it's 10602 from Fairfield. It's Pioneer Robotics. Joining them on the red side from Solon, 5062 Mechanaries. Over on the blue side of the field, give it up from Solon, 367 Organized Chaos. And finally, closing us out from Durant, 10082 Mechanicats. All right, we're randomizing. All right. Green, purple, purple is the motif pattern. Okay, Red Alliance, thumbs up. You ready? Good to go, Red Alliance? Okay, Blue Alliance, thumbs up. Ready to go. All right, we're going to begin match number 1 in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, first artifacts being shot up. 10082 with the first 3 artifacts in for the Blue Alliance. Nice job. As we talked about, the first 30 seconds are fully autonomous. Robots are moving on their own by their pre-programmed instructions that the team members put in. Some of them might be using cameras. Looks like in this match we didn't have any of those.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, and we're into driver or teleoperated period. We can see the teams have picked up their controllers and are now driving the robots around the field. One of the things we talked a little bit about is the human players. So on the front corner of the field for red and for blue, there's a special player in this game that loads artifacts into their Alliance robots. So here we can see on the front side for blue, 3 artifacts now being loaded in. Now 10082 Mechanicats is going to go fire 2 more up into the blue goal. Red Alliance scores their first. 10602 Pioneer Robotics. Now trying to get some scoring going for the Red Alliance. 5062 now trying to launch up and in for the Red Alliance. Artifacts have started to accumulate over on the red side of the field. Those are accessible to the Blue Alliance, but they have to be careful if they're going to move around that. 367, Organized Chaos is now going to release the artifacts for blue. They now have the opportunity to be getting 3 points again every time they get an artifact in, as 10082 does that. And this is where we're talking about some of that defense. So 10082 doing a little bit of pushing there of 5062, trying to block them from getting their shots up. And it looks like it's successful. 10082 snags an artifact away from 5062 on that launch. 10 seconds left. Robots have to be stopped at 0 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Controllers down. Nice job. Hey, let's give everybody a big round of applause for match number 1. Nice job. You can see back here on the screen, and I guess up there on your screen. I haven't looked at that one. Yeah, so you can see those scores accumulate up. We've got some referees in the back that are manually scoring those as they come through. So those scores can change after the match ends. We'll show you a final score with a nice animation here in just a moment. We'll get to see the winner of this match. Okay, scores are now coming up for match number 1. Red Alliance wins match number 1, the score of 66 to 52. We had 50 foul points there. I'll quickly talk with the referees and find out what those were. Okay, so to just tell you a little bit about that last match, so we had 50 foul points that were earned by the Blue Alliance and given to Red. And what those were, the ones they have to watch out for, the human player has to be careful not to touch the robot. It's a safety issue. We don't want them to touch the robot directly or touch the robot transitively through an artifact. So I can't grab an artifact and touch the robot with it. I have to drop it in. So we had a couple instances of that there, just a safety concern. The other one is that the Blue Alliance robot over here went and touched the Red Alliance's gate. That black arm that's in the front, Blue touched Red's. They get an instant foul for that. There's additional fouls if they release any artifacts because that's de-scoring them from Red. So Blue Alliance touched that. So that was one other one. And then there was contact over here in the red zone. So Red was in their zone, Blue came up and touched them, one there. Same thing happened here at the end of the game. Red was in their base zone, this red square, and Blue came up and touched them. So that's what those fouls were in that match, which did swing the match over into Red's favor. Alrighty, teams are getting set up now for match number 2. So let's please welcome them to the field for their first appearance of the day. First up, kicking off our Red Alliance is Team 4237 from Donaldson, the Cyberhawks. Joining them on the Red Alliance from here in Bettendorf, it's 24296 Topbot. Over on the blue side, give it up for a team from Dubuque. It's 20097 Roboraptors. And they're joined by a team from Davenport. It's 25656 Pioneer Robotics. Okay, randomization for this match is purple, purple, green. Alrighty, our field is set. Okay, Red Alliance, thumbs up. You ready to go? They're ready? Blue Alliance? They're ready. We're going to count it down in 3, 2, 1, go. Three artifacts up for 25656 Pioneer Robotics. All three of them just slightly missing off there. Those artifacts that go outside the field will be reintroduced during the teleop period here after the first 30 seconds. 24296, moving towards the center of the field. Looks like they're going to hang out there.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, and here we go. We're now into teleoperated period. 25656. Looking to make up those points from Autonomous, quickly scoring 3 for the Blue Alliance. So we talked about the pattern in this match is purple, purple, green. Those artifacts only need to be in that configuration at the end of the first 30 seconds and at the end of the match. So right here, 25656 Pioneer Robotics, not really concerned with the order because they know they're going to release them here during the match. More artifacts being scored now for the Red Alliance. 1 purple, 1 green. Two, 4, 2, 9, 6 is looking to make their way over to the red loading zone. They're going to try to get some of those artifacts in as blue fires more. 2 more up and scored there. And 1 goes in for 4, 2, 3, 7. A second one pops out of the top, not going to score. Second one makes it in there for 4, 2, 3, 7. Cyberhawks on the Red Alliance. 3 more scored for blue after they released another set of artifacts. 40 seconds left. Still plenty of time to score. Pioneer Robotics is continuing to load up. They're going to release 1 more time. We'll see if they can get it filled back up. Last 30 seconds. 20097 for the Blue Alliance. Roboraptors trying to get that up and in. They're revving up those launching wheels. Here we go. Last 15 seconds. 24296 loses their nameplate right there at the end as they both try to get into the base zone. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nice job, everybody. Controllers down. Okay, scores are in there. And it looks like it is a Blue Alliance win. A new event high score, 151. 25656 will remain in first. 20097 will move up to seventh in the event rankings here today. 40 foul points there for Blue, not consequential though. You can see those ranking points there at the bottom of the screen. So you've got the main points up top and those ranking points down below. So Blue Alliance earned 3 for winning. That's what those little trophies are. And then the robot 1 is for moving. So getting off of the line there at the start of the match, getting into the red or blue square at the end of the match. And so you can see the Red Alliance earned a ranking point as well. Even though they lost the match, they were able to pick up that 1 ranking point for getting those points. So red walking away with 1, blue walking away with 4. And we're going to get ready for match number 3. Okay, teams are finishing their setup. Let's please help me welcome these teams to the field. First up on the red side, give it up for a team from Solon. It's 15055 Deductive Thinkers. They're joined by a team from Bellevue. It's 8988 Bellevue Blockheads. Over here on the blue side of the field, the team from West Burlington, 18482 Mechanical Soup. And finally, rounding us out, a team from here in Bettendorf, team 8672, You Bet. Randomization is coming in. And we've got green, purple, purple. All right. Red Alliance, give me a thumbs up. Are you ready to go? Red Alliance is ready. Blue Alliance, thumbs up. They're ready. Our field's ready. Match begins in 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, here we go. Flywheel spinning up. False alarm. No artifacts coming out here during this autonomous period. Red Alliance's 15055 Deductive Thinkers will get those points for moving off of the line, which will get them towards that ranking point at the end of the match. And that's all the points we're going to have here in auto.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Here we go into teleoperated period. Flywheel spinning up on the backside for 8672, you bet. Looks like they're working to try to get some of those artifacts out of their bot. Nothing fired quite yet. First artifact is up and in by Deductive Thinkers, 15055. Second one fired up and a little bit to the left. Third one is up and in. Nice job by the Deductive Thinkers. Wow, a really quick shot there by the Bellevue Blockheads on the Red Alliance. Team 8988 and their robot Lola. They're getting another one up and in. Let's see if they can whip another one around up into the red goal. Here it comes. Looks like it's just recycling it there, not quite up to speed. Both Blue Alliance robots are trying to get this going, having a little bit of trouble with their launching mechanisms, it would appear. Two more artifacts up and in, a nice bounce there for the Deductive Thinkers. 8672, you bet. Playing a little bit of defense there against the Deductive Thinkers. Trying to keep them from making their shot. Let's see if Deductive Thinkers can get it anyway. All right, Deductive Thinkers are picking up another. Bellevue Blockheads are getting ready to take another shot as we get into the last 10 seconds of the match. This is when teams want to be getting to the base zone if they want those points. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's the match. Controllers down. Nice job, everybody. So one of the penalties, one of the fouls we heard called there during the match is remember that teams have to launch from within the launch zones. They can't be out in the middle of the field launching, so I think we got one of those called on the Red Alliance. We'll have to see how that affects the score as our referees finish up their discussion. All right, scores are in. Let's take a look. It's a Red Alliance win. Match number 3 ends 43-25. Red Alliance picks up 3 ranking points in the process. Couple minutes here and we'll get into match number 4. Teams are getting set up on the field for match number 4. Please welcome these teams to the field, also here for their first time today, for their first match. On the Red Alliance, a team from Dubuque. Give it up for 22479 Royal Robots. We've got a team from Bettendorf joining them. It's 8813, the Winter Soldiers. Over on the blue side of the field, from Dubuque, it's 32494 Screw-Ups from Washington Middle School. And finally, to close us out, a team from Davenport, team 6545 Night Riders. Randomization is green, purple, purple. Our field is ready. Red Alliance, you ready to go? They're ready. Blue Alliance, how about you? Teams are ready. Let's begin in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, first 30 seconds. 2 robots on the front side of the field, securing those leave points for getting out of the launch zones. 3 up and in really nicely for the Red Alliance. That's team 22479 Royal Robots. Flywheel powering down, the robot's maneuvering itself around to the center of the field. Got to get off that launch line. There it goes.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Here we go into teleoperated period. 32494. The Screw-Ups from Washington Middle School. They're scored their first purple artifact up and in for the Blue Alliance. It's now 65-45 is working. Night Riders now able to get their kicker back underneath of the artifact. We'll see if they can spin up and launch. 22479 getting a little bit of defense played on him against 65-45. And some good defense there kept them from making those 3 shots. And they're back again, 65-45, continuing to play defense, blocking them out from making those shots. They catch one of the artifacts that flew up there. 8813, Winter Soldiers. In the center of the field, deciding what they're going to do for this match. Looks like they're pushing some artifacts around. Nice job to 22479. Royal Robots able to get 3 artifacts up despite the defense from 65-45. The Screw-Ups are on the backside for blue, and they get a couple more artifacts up. 22-479, able to secure another. 25 seconds left. Here during the last 20 seconds, remember, those base zones are protected. Robots cannot contact opposing Alliance robots in those zones during that time. Robots are headed there now. More artifacts going up for 22479. 3, 2, 1. That is it. Controllers down. Nice job, everybody. Great match. And as you can see from the score, it looks like 51-52 right now. We have to wait for those final scores. Referees make final adjustments, make sure fouls are accounted for, and we'll see the final scores in just a moment. right, scores are in. Let's take a look. It was a close match. And the Blue Alliance comes out victorious. 77-41. Blue Alliance takes it, walking away with 4 ranking points. Looks like they were able to get that pattern ranking point for getting those in the right order throughout the match, and 3 for winning. Red Alliance gets the movement ranking point there, not walking away with nothing, as 2-2-4-7-9. Royal Robots stays in 4th after that match. Both blue teams move up. All right, teams are finishing their setup, and we're going to randomize. But first, let's go ahead and meet the teams. First up on the Red Alliance, give it up for 15-0-55, Deductive Thinkers. They're joined by Team 5062, the Mechanaries. On the blue side of the field, it's 25656, Pioneer Robotics. And you'll never believe it, they're joined by 10602, Pioneer Robotics. Wow. Purple, green is the randomization. Red Alliance, thumbs up, you ready to go? Pioneer Robotics, are you ready to go? They're both ready. Match begins in 3, 2, 1, go. Blue Alliance, 25656. Scoring 3 artifacts up and in. They're looking for 3 more. First one comes out over the top. They are paying attention to the order on the motif. They have a camera on the front of their robot that's able to read the order back here to be able to get those up and in. Just a couple over the top, but nice effort there by the Blue Alliance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, and that does give Blue Alliance the lead as we head into teleoperated period. 10602, pressed right up there against the goal, trying to get that artifact up and in. 5062, playing a little bit of defense against Blue, but with 10602 pressed right up against it, pretty hard to play defense against them. Deductive thinkers are getting ready to fire off some artifacts as well. First purple, up and in for red. .5062, now sitting in the center of the field. Artifacts flying in for the Blue Alliance now is 10602 and 25656. Pioneer Robotics both firing very well up and into their goal. 25656, really interesting robot here. They're able to take them in. They have what we would call an indexer, or affectionately called a spindexer, in the middle of the robot that allows them to pick the order in which they fire the artifacts. So they can pick up a green, purple, purple, but they can fire it in any configuration they want as they spin it around the robot. They also use that front camera to help them detect how far away they are from the goal. So they can fire from a lot of different locations with different firing power based on how far away they are. 25 seconds left. 5 seconds until those zones become protected. And here comes 25656 is now going to pick up a couple more artifacts, trying to skirt their way around the Red Alliance. Red Alliance hitting them there, earns the Blue Alliance a major. 25656 going for more artifacts despite the major fouls. 3, 2, 1. Nice job. Excellent match. Let's give it up for those teams in match number 5. Okay, scores are in for match number 5. Let's take a look. Blue Alliance wins with a new event high score, 152 to 77. Only 5 foul points there. It's 147 clean. And they got 5 ranking points. So they picked up the 3 for the win. They got 36 artifacts up and into the goal during the match, as well as getting 9 of those artifacts to match the pattern at the end of the first 30 seconds or at the end of the match. So 5 ranking points is huge. Those all get averaged out to determine the ranking of the teams. So let's take a quick look at the rankings. So next to the teams that played the match, so you can see 2, 5, 6, 5, 6, there's 2 rankings there. The first one on the, let's go with the right one, in the black, that's today's ranking. That's how they've been doing during today's matches. The one next to that is the league rank. They've been playing matches like this, competitions like this all year, and so this team has been in other ones, and they overall are in first as well. So 2, 5, 6, 5, 6, definitely a team to watch out for. 10602 in 11th today, 27 overall in the league. You can see that on the other side as well. Both of those teams stayed where they are. So getting as many ranking points as you can is how you stay up in first, just like they did on that side, and how you move up in the rankings. Match number 6 will be starting pretty soon. So here at the start of the matches, teams have a couple of requirements for how they set up their robots on the field. The first one is that the robots have to be over top of a launch line. So here we can see this team is over top of this launch line, and they have to be touching the wall or touching the front face of the goal. So these 2 teams are starting up here. Those 2 teams are starting in the back. That's a pretty typical setup for us. So they have to start there. They have to start within an 18-inch sizing cube. So there's a limit to how big these robots can be. That's why you see them being oftentimes very similar in size. And lastly, they can preload up to 3 artifacts of any color of their choosing from their inventory here outside. So on the blue alliance, 4237 has preloaded a green, a purple, and a purple. And on the red alliance, it's 22479 that have preloaded for their team. But enough talking about the game. Let's talk about the teams. Please help me welcome to the field on the Red Alliance. It's team 22479 Royal Robots. And they're joined by 367. Give it up for Organized Chaos. On the blue side, it's team 8988, the Bellevue Blockheads. Joined by 4237. Give it up for the Cyberhawks. Okay, randomization is green, purple, purple. Alrighty, Red Alliance, thumbs up. You ready? Alliance is ready. How about over on blue? They're ready to go. Let's begin the match in... Let's begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, teams are off. 2, 2, 4, 7, 9. Royal Robots got some artifacts up and in. Over on the blue side, we did have a robot move off of a launch line. We'll have to see how the referees score that. They're awfully close to that back one. 22479 is going to do their little groove out of the back launch zone.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Okay. Now we're here in teleoperated. Red Alliance is going to get over there. Human player. They're relying on the human player there to get those artifacts up and into the robot for the Royal Robots. They're going to release the artifacts, get more out onto the field. As 42-37, Cyberhawks take their first shots. 2 artifacts up and in for red. 2 artifacts up and in for blue. 3 artifacts being dropped on. Oh, just 2 of those for now for the Red Alliance. 2 more up and in. Nice job. Royal Robots really excelling this match without so much defense being played against them like we saw in the last one they participated in. Able to more freely get those shots up and in. 42-37. Cyberhawks continuing to launch up for blue, continuing to score. Well done. Now up to 6 artifacts in for blue, 6 artifacts in for red. It's a tight match, 32-37. Blue leading, possibly by just those points they got during autonomous. Royal Robots on the Red Alliance, headed back over. 1, 2, up and in. Very consistent shooter there. Nice job. Another one up, flies through for the Blue Alliance. Oh, and here's 89-88, Bellevue Blockheads, 1 and 2. One of those is caught up in the arch of the blue goal for the Blue Alliance. That one will not score until it goes down through the square. Hey, there we go. They knock it free. Nice job. Bellevue Blockheads now scoring overflow points for the Blue Alliance. 1 point apiece for each artifact that travels over the top and out through the bottom. 8 seconds left. Robots scrambling to the base. 3, 2, 1. And that's the end of the match. Nice job. An important distinction here to point out at the end of the match. For those taped off red and blue areas, teams have to be supported by the area. So they have to have a wheel in the area for it to count as partial. So here, Red Alliance looks like they're in, but they're not being supported by the area. So they won't get any parking points there. They've got to have a wheel fully in, have to have a wheel in to get partial points or be fully supported to get the full 10 points. Referees are going to finish up, and we'll find out the scores. Okay, scores are in for match number 6. Blue Alliance takes the win, 64-49. Blue Alliance does win, picking up 3 ranking points. All right, before we get into our next match, I'd like to introduce you all. This is my friend Ben. He's going to be announcing for you for the next 6 matches. Can we give a round of applause for Ben? All right, Ben, take it away.
Thank you. For our next match, qualifiers 7 on the Red Alliance, 8672 UBET, and 1082 Mechanicats. On the Blue Alliance, 8813 the Winter Soldiers, and 20097 the Robo Raptors. Where should I?
Dodge out of the way if a ball comes at you. Another just tip for you?
Yep.
Is your mic on right now?
Randomizing the field, green, purple, purple. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Audience, are you ready? Let's get this match starting in 3, 2, 1. And our robots are off. Mechanicats taking some shots and making all 3 of them. Robo Raptors taking 2 shots and making 2 of them. 20097 looking to take some more shots. Make their first, and they miss their second 2.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Now we are heading into teleop, where the players have control of their robots. UBET looking to take some shots. They're collecting some artifacts. Mechanicats getting loaded by their human player. A lot of collision in the center of the field. Mechanicats taking some shots from the far triangle. They missed one, and they're not going to take another one. They're getting loaded by their human player. Lot of collision between UBET and the Roboraptors. Roboraptors take some shots. They make one. Collecting more artifacts now is the Roboraptors. Mechanicats taking some shots, but they're missing them. UBET Robotics looking like they're trying to take some shots, but they're not. The Roboraptors take some shots, and they make one. Mechanicats taking some shots. They make 1, 2, and 3. Roboraptors looks like they shot outside of the zone. That'll be a minor penalty. Roboraptors taking a shot and overshot it. Mechanicats take a shot and they make it. A lot of defense is being played in this game. We are now in endgame. Robots trying to get some final shots off before they park. Roboraptors take 3 shots and get 2 of them. Mechanicats take 2 shots and make them. It looks like they have an artifact stuck in their robot. And that'll be our game. Our scores are in, and it will be a win for the Blue Alliance with a score of 70 to 53. In our next match, qualifiers match 8 on the Red Alliance, 6545 Knight Riders and 18482 Mechanical Soup.
And on our Blue Alliance, we have Screw Ups Washington Middle School. That's 32494 and 24296 Top Bot. You do audience too.
Okay. The field is randomized purple, purple, green. Red Alliance, are you ready?
Blue Alliance, are you ready?
Audience, are you ready?
Let's get this match going in 3, 2, 1, go!
And our robots are off in auto.
Screw Ups takes 3 shots, only making one of them.
Mechanical Soup takes a shot, but they missed it. They take another shot and they make it.
And Top Bot gets a leave.
Mechanical Soup misses their third shot.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And here they go in teleop.
Knight Riders fired a shot outside of their shooting zone.
Screw Ups is currently loading up their robot, looking ready to get some shots. Screw Ups look like they were a little far back when taking those shots for the Blue Alliance.
The Mechanical Soup took a shot and they missed it. Knight Riders getting loaded up by their human player. Mechanical Soup getting loaded up by their human player. Knight Riders looking to take some shots. They missed their first, and it does not look like they'll shoot their second.
Looks like Washington Middle School Screw Ups is trying to get some of those artifacts over to their human player in hopes of loading their robot. Looks like
Knight Riders looking to take some shots.
Looks like Top Bot got a minor there for the Blue Alliance.
We are now in endgame.
Top Bot takes a shot. It goes a little high.
Robots trying to get a park.
Blue Alliance top bot looks like it's trying to go for a full park there. Looks like Screw Ups did not make it into the box there. And here's our final scores for that match. It's going to be a win for the Blue Alliance with a total score of 50-29. Congratulations, qualification 8 teams.
Test. There we go. There were a couple of teams that helped me out this morning setting up the practice field. I am missing my tools that were used to put that together. I need to get those tools back for the next meet. So, oh, it was you guys. Do you know where my tools are?
All right. We are getting ready for match number 9. Otis and Ben are going to take a quick break here for this match. Let's go ahead and introduce the teams for this match. First up, please help me welcome to the field. On the Red Alliance, it's 22479 Royal Robots. They're joined by their alliance partner, 4237 Cyberhawks. Over on the blue side, leading us off, it's 15055, the Deductive Thinkers. And finally, rounding us out is 10082 Mechanicats. Okay, green, purple, purple. Field is ready. Red Alliance, you ready to go? They're ready. Blue Alliance, how about you? Teams are ready. Let's begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go. 42-37 does a wheelie getting out of the launch zone on the front side of the field, stopping just short of the back. 3 artifacts up and in by both alliances. Nice job. Our pattern is green, purple, purple. So we've got 2 secured over on blue. 22-4-79, once again, doing their little jig. Running into 42-37. Hey, they both get out. Nice job.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, all 4 of the robots were able to get off of the launch lines there at the start of the match. That'll contribute points towards the movement ranking point, the little robot symbol at the end of the match. 22-4-79. Getting lined up, ready to go. 1, 2, 3, up and in for red. Blue Alliance gets 3 in as well. That's a 1-0-0-8-2. Deductive Thinkers working on grabbing a couple more artifacts for their alliance. 42-37, slight adjustment, and they get that one in. Two more. Oh, one of them bounces out for the Red Alliance, but back into the robot. They lock it in that time. Nice work. Blue Alliance gets 1 up and in, 1 green, 1 purple, and another purple, now launched by 1-0-0-8-2. Mechanicats and Deductive Thinkers, both been working on launching. Deductive Thinkers is trying to get there. Deductive Thinkers are able to score the green. Nice work. Mechanicats, 1, 2, 3 on the move for the 3rd shot. Some impressive driving by Mechanicats. Red Alliance gets 3 up and in. 22-4-79, Royal Robots now hitting the blue gate, releasing all of blue's artifacts. We'll have to see how that stacks up foul-wise. 13 seconds left. Blue Alliance are going to try to earn back as many points as they can. 22-4-79, launching a few more to add to red score. 3, 2, 1. Let's hear it for the teams in this match. Nice work. All right, here comes the score for that last match. Blue Alliance takes the victory. 215 to 75. A new event high score. We see 150 foul points up there. So how those were accrued, you get one major foul, which is worth 15 points, for touching the opposing alliance's gate. So the Red Alliance tapped the Blue Alliance gate. When they tapped it, it released all 9 of the artifacts out. That's one major, 15 points for each one you release there as well. So in total, 10 times 15 gets you 150 foul points. So teams have to be really, really careful around those gate zones that they can be in there, but they can't touch it, or they could end up with something like that. So, all right, we're going to pass it back over to Otis and Ben, who are going to take over for this next match.
Stop. Can you move? Our next match coming up is qualifiers 10 on the Red Alliance. 367 organized chaos and 10602 Pioneer Robotics.
And on our Blue Alliance, 6545 Night Riders and 20097 Robo Raptors.
Please remember, guys, after this qualifiers match, there will be a break. Randomizing the field, the motif pattern is green, purple, purple. Red Alliance, are you ready?
Blue Alliance, are you ready?
Audience, are you ready?
Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! Autonomous has begun, and it's looking good for the Robo Raptors. They've lined up to take some shots. And they launch all 3 of those artifacts. Looks like Robo had some trouble on that second.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Teleop has begun. Roboraptors for Blue Alliance makes one of those launches.
Organized Chaos looking ready to launch.
Roboraptors launched another 3 and got 2 in.
Pioneer Robotics launched an artifact and they got it.
Roboraptors launches another artifact.
Pioneer Robotics trying to launch. And they do, and they make it.
Roboraptors empties gate for Blue Alliance. Prepares to launch more artifacts. And they make one.
Pioneer Robotics launching and making it.
Roboraptors launches 3, makes 2.
Ooh, just missed by Pioneer.
Blue Alliance does not make those shots there, just a little short.
We are now in endgame. Robots trying to get their final shots off and trying to get a park.
Roboraptors taking a last quick 3 shots. They make them. They're going for a park. 3, 2, 1. And that's the game. Good match for those robots. Our 10th qualification match just ended, and now we're going to have a 20-minute break before we start on 11.
Our scores are in, and it'll be a victory for the Blue Alliance with a score of 67-33. And welcome back for our next match, qualifiers 11 of 24 on the Red Alliance 18482 Mechanical Soup and 8988 Bellevue Blockheads.
And on the Red Alliance, it's 1848-2 Mechanical Soup. Oh, my bad. On the Blue Alliance, it's 5062 Mechanaries and 8813 the Winter Soldiers.
Our field is randomized. The motif pattern is purple, purple, green.
Blue Alliance, are you ready?
Red Alliance, are you ready?
Audience, are you ready?
We're starting our match in 3, 2, 1, go! And our robots are off.
Autonomous starting with 2 leaves from the Blue Alliance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Now we are in Teleop.
Mechanaries starting off there, attempting to launch some artifacts.
Bellevue Blockheads collecting some artifacts.
Looks like Mechanaries are playing defense. Some collisions there from Mechanaries, and it looks like they now have an artifact loaded.
Bellevue Blockheads launched an artifact and they made it.
Strong defense from Mechanaries on Mechanical Soup there. Looks like there's two number plates on the field, one from the Blue Alliance and one for the Red Alliance. Lots
Bellevue-
of
Bellevue Blockheads took a launch and got it.
looks like a minor foul there for the Blue Alliance. Lots of collisions this match. Timer's ticking down. We're getting close to the end game period here. Mercenaries do the Blue Alliance a favor and pass them an artifact.
A lot of collision. We are now in endgame. Robots try to get their final shots off and trying to get a park.
Looks like that strong defense did not go well as a major foul came the way of the Blue Alliance. And 4, 3, 2, 1, that's the match. Robots are cleared to be picked up off the field. It looks like we're going to have our final score here very soon. And here's the final score. It's going to be a win for the Red Alliance in our 11th qualification match of the day. With a final score of 54-18.
In our next match, qualification 12, on the Red Alliance, 24296 Top Bot, and 25656 Pioneer Robotics.
And on our blue lines, 8672 You Bet and 32494 Screw Ups.
Our field is randomized. It'll be green, purple, purple. Red Alliance, are you ready?
Blue Alliance, are you ready?
Audience, are you ready?
Let's get this match going in 3, 2, 1, go!
Pioneer Robotics launching their artifacts, and they make all three of them.
Rough start for the Blue Alliance. Doesn't look like Screw Ups made any of those launches there.
Pioneer Robotics launching three more artifacts and making all three of them.
Looks like You Bet did get a leave.
Pioneer Robotics launching more artifacts and making all three of them.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
We are now starting our teleop period. Pioneer Robotics collecting some artifacts. Pioneer Robotics launching some artifacts, same with Top Bot. Top Bot launched an artifact and made it.
Screw Ups getting some artifacts loaded into their robot there. It looks like a flywheel came off and is now laying on the field. That could be bad for whatever robot needs to be launching artifacts with it.
Top Bot taking some shots. Pioneer taking some shots too.
Looks like Screw Ups just can't get that artifact out of their robot there and up in the air. Comes around the loop and comes just a little short for Screw Ups there.
Pioneer Robotics emptying their gate. Pioneer launching all three of their artifacts and making all three of them. Pioneer Robotics launching three more and making three more.
You Bet playing some defense on the Red Alliance teams.
Pioneer launching again.
Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And that'll be our match. Our scores are in, and it's going to be a win for the Red Alliance with a score of 151 to 18.
All right, everybody, we are getting ready for match number 13. Please join me in welcoming these teams to the field. First up, on the Red Alliance, give it up for 4237 Cyberhawks. And they're joined by 20097 Roboraptors. Over on the blue side, please give a round of applause for 8813 the Winter Soldiers. And 18482 Mechanical Soup. Green, purple, purple. All right. Our field is set and ready. Red Alliance, can I get a thumbs up? You ready to go? They're good. Blue Alliance, how about you? Teams are ready. Field is ready. Let's begin in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, 4237 and 20097 on red. A little bit of a collision there, but 20097 Roboraptors still able to get those two artifacts. Oh, and they went to pick up another one, actually. They've got one. See if they can get it up. Not quite there, but they will move off and get those leave points as 18482 for blue scores their first.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, and the gate has been released by the Roboraptors on the Red Alliance. Still one of them stuck up in there. We'll see what they decide to do with that. As 4237 Cyberhawks tries to get their launcher ready and set to go to be able to launch their first. We've got one artifact up and in by Roboraptors on red. 88-13 and 18-4-82. Winter Soldiers and Mechanical Soup both figuring out how they can score for the Blue Alliance. As Mechanical Soup lines up, getting ready to take some launches. There it is, another one up and in for Blue. Roboraptors get another launch up and in for red. As the Blue Alliance loads a few more artifacts up and in for Mechanical Soup. Cyberhawks are a little bit caught up inside their robot with some artifacts. We'll have to see if they can get those out and free their mechanism up. They've got 45 seconds left to do so. Plenty of time. Roboraptors are grabbing a few more artifacts for the Red Alliance as Blue gets some more loaded by the human player. 25 seconds left as two more artifacts fly out of the field for red, and they make the third. 20 seconds left. Robots are headed to the base zones as Roboraptors prepares 1, 2, 3 more launched up and in as Mechanical Soups fires off one of their last. They've got one more to go. 3, 2, 1. There it is. Nice job. Okay, our scores are in for match number 13. Looks like the win goes to the Red Alliance in match number 13. 81-29. 20097 moving up to 6th at today's competition, and 42-37 stays in 9th. 4 ranking points picked up for red, 1 by blue, moving 88-13. Winter Soldiers up in the rankings. Okay, match number 14 is coming up. While our referees handle a question box question and the teams finish their setup, let's welcome the teams to the field. First up on the Red Alliance, give it up for 89-88, the Bellevue Blockheads. They're joined by 25-656, Pioneer Robotics. Over on the blue side, let's hear it for 65-45, the Night Riders. And finally, it's a Pioneer Robotics duel, 10602, Pioneer Robotics on blue. Once allies, now sworn enemies, Pioneer Robotics. But that really is the nature of this competition. You might be with one team in one match and against them in the other, so that's why things like gracious professionalism are so important, making sure you're playing well with everybody, encouraging everybody to win, cheering everybody on, playing their hardest. Because you never know who you might be against or with, so really, really important. Randomization will be purple, purple, green in this match. All right, Red Alliance, can I get a thumbs up if you're ready to go? Red Alliance is ready. Blue Alliance, thumbs up, ready to go. Teams are ready. Field is ready. Match begins in 3, 2, 1, go. Pioneer Robotics on the Red Alliance, launching their first 3 artifacts. One of them actually rolling out over top of the gate. Not staying there in the ramp. 3 more up and in. Over on the blue side, 10602 Pioneer Robotics on blue have their flywheel spinning up, but no artifact launched quite yet. 3 more artifacts up and in for the Red Alliance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Red Alliance is going to release those artifacts. As you look at the patterns that are created by these robots during autonomous, in the ramps, it's important to remember that the index is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way up. The sets of 3 don't actually matter. So we saw some on Pioneer Robotics on red, where it was purple, purple, green, but it was shifted 1 index, so it wasn't quite counting for all the points that you'd think it might on first glance. 65-45, Night Riders are now playing defense against the Red Alliance, trying to hold both of these teams off. But the Bellevue Blockheads, they can fire from afar, launching now. 1, 2 left. Pioneer Robotics now releasing from their ramp yet again. So many artifacts over on that side of the field. Teams have to be careful of contact over there. That is a blue area. Red can go in, but they cannot contact blue while they are in the area. 40 seconds left, and artifacts are continuing to enter the goal now for the Blue Alliance. Pioneer Robotics with another one. A little bit too much backspin there as it flies off the top of the goal. We're now under 30 seconds left. All these teams still playing their hardest. 65-45. Night Riders is continuing to try to play defense, but Pioneer Robotics on red have that auto-tracking turret, able to get those launches up and in, still successfully making it despite the defense. 3, 2, 1. That's the end of the match. Controllers down. Nice job. Let's give it up for all of our teams in match number 14. Okay, scores are in for match number 14. Here they come. And it's a Red Alliance victory, 127-64. A very high scoring match there. 25-656 takes their spot in first, both in the league and in today's competition. 89-88 remains in 16th today. 4 ranking points picked up by the Red Alliance, earning that ranking point for getting 36 artifacts up and into the goal during that match. Nice job to Red. Blue Alliance, 0 ranking points, going to stay where they are in the rankings after match 14. All right. Here we go, getting ready for match number 15. We've got just 10 matches remaining today. Some of these teams are getting to the point where they're playing their second to last match of the day. So let's please welcome these teams warmly on the Red Alliance. Give it up for 50-62, the Mechanaries. They're joined by 22479 Royal Robots. On the Blue Alliance, we have, for the first time today, our Bettendorf Alliance. Both team 24296 Topbot and 8672 You Bet. Both of those teams from the same school. We'll have to see if their built-in synergy has any effect on the match. I'm getting a head shake no from one of the drive team members. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Randomization. Purple, green, purple. Field is ready. All right, Red Alliance, thumbs up. You ready to go? They're good. How about you, Blue? Okay, let's get the match started in 3, 2, 1, go. One shot out the back of the field for the Blue Alliance. Second one finding its way that way as well. They're going to move off the line to get those points as the Red Alliance does their little jig to get off the line.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, and all 4 robots have sprung to life here in the tele-operated period. Blue Alliance now loading up for 24296 Topbot. You Bet is on the back side of the field now, deciding what they're going to do, skirting their way around. No artifacts collected yet. Looks like they might be going for a little bit of defense against Red. $22,479 Royal Robots and 5062 Mechanaries have already filled up their ramp, and now those artifacts are overflowing. Worth just 1 point apiece compared to 3, but They will earn the pattern points, 2 apiece at the end for each one that matches, if they keep them in. We hear the call for the ramp to be opened, and 5062 takes care of that for the Red Alliance. Mechanaries letting out 5 of those artifacts. Artifacts being loaded into 5062. Mechanaries now by their human player. 24-296, top bot making their way to the far launch zone. Second one being dropped in, just shy on the first. As a few more fly in for 5062, and those are released out the gate. The gate finally drops back to its neutral position. Royal Robots, Mechanaries, both scoring for red here in the last 20 seconds. Those base zones are protected. Won't want to be contacting an opposing Alliance robot in their base zone. Looks like we're going to have a quiet end game here. Last 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Nice job, everybody. Great match. And there is the score from that match. 82-17. Red Alliance getting 4 ranking points there as 22-4-79 rises in the ranks to 3rd. And actually 50-62 dropping to 4th. So because of how the ranking points work, it's an average of ranking points across all your matches, which means that 50-62 on average was getting more than 4 ranking points per match, which is pretty amazing. Or it means that 22-4-79 was getting less than 4, and so they just kind of swapped places there, it looks like, there in that one. So 4th and 3rd for the Red Alliance, 8 and 7 the current ranks for Blue. 0 ranking points there. Congratulations, Red Alliance. Okay, it's match number 16, and we've got our first red team, Team 10082 Mechanicats. They're joined by 32-494, the Screw-Ups. On the blue side of the field, give it up for 367, Organized Chaos. And 15055, the Deductive Thinkers. After this match, we'll take a look at the full rankings, and I can explain a little bit more to you about how these teams get ranked and what those rankings mean and why they matter as they move forward in the season. Randomization is purple, purple, green. Alrighty. Red Alliance, can I get a thumbs up? You ready? Red Alliance is ready. Blue Alliance, how about you? Teams are ready. Let's begin in 3, 2, 1, go. One artifact up and in for the Red Alliance. Wow. 10082 launching a little bit over the red goal. They're in auto. That's all right. It's going back on the outside of the field. Human player will be able to reintroduce those artifacts as we get into teleop. Team strategizing as auto comes to an end.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Okay. Here we go. And Deductive Thinkers, human player, immediately picking up those 3 artifacts and placing them in the field. So they're ready. We've got some launching started by the Blue Alliance. 3-6-7, Organized Chaos is on the front side for blue. 15-0-55, Deductive Thinkers is on the back side for blue. Just a little bit up and over. 1 artifact in so far for blue, and Deductive Thinkers makes it 2. They've got 1 more in there, just bouncing off the top of the goal. Red Alliance continuing to score. It looks like 1-0-0-8-2. Mechanicats able to launch 2 at a time right now. Seem to be having a little bit of an issue with the slide, but they've been scoring really, really consistently with those 2, contributing lots of points for their alliance. Good adaptation there. And it looks like, oh, actually, you know what? They weren't unable to shoot that 3rd. They were using it strategically. They were trying to go for the purple-purple-green motif pattern, and have now just decided that we're just going to load up and get them in there. They are going to lock that one in on the green, as another purple flies up and in by 32, 494. Screw-ups. Just 20 seconds left and a little defense being played as 15-0-55. Deductive Thinkers launch it up and in. Screw-ups sitting motionless in the middle of the field right now as Deductive Thinkers takes their final launch. 3, 2, 1. Nice job, everybody. Great match. All right, scores are in. Okay, Red Alliance wins that match, 62-40. Let's... All right, let's throw up the rankings quick and talk about those. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about rankings and why the teams are here today and what this is all sort of leading up to. So this event today is what we would call a league meet. This is sort of like, you could think of it like a scrimmage, but it does contribute to the rankings. So at a league meet, each team usually gets 6 opportunities to play. So each of these teams has 6 matches today. That's how we end up with our 24 matches today. During the matches, teams earn normal points, which we've seen. That's when they win 100-50, right? That's the score. And we've also seen ranking points. So if you take a look up there, on the right side is the results from today's competition, and on the left side is the overall ranking. On the left, you see the event rank. That's the rank for today's competition. Some of them have dashes. Those are teams that are not here today, but are in this league, that these teams might play against at other competitions. In the next one over is the league rank. That's the ranking across the whole league of teams that are here today and not here today. So you can see the first ranked team in the league is here, 2, 5, 6, 5, 6, but 2 and 3 are not here today. Number 5 and 6 are not here today. And so that's how it sort of stacks up across the whole league. And how the teams get ranked is in the columns in white. So RS is ranking score. Ranking score is the average number of ranking points that alliances earn during their teams earn during their matches. So a ranking score of 4.0 means on average across all 22 of their matches, the rightmost one is how many matches they've played. Across all those 22, they've earned an average of 4 ranking points each match, which is a lot. That means they're getting at least 1 bonus on top of the win. The next one over is points. Points is the number of points that are scored during the, actually now that I'm looking at this, I'm not sure I know exactly what that is. It's different than previous years. I got up here thinking I'd be able to explain all this. Huh. Okay, I've been informed. Points is truly total points. So that's the average number of points teams are earning in the matches. So you can see that that varies kind of wildly across them because you can get a lot of ranking points but not have so many points, but of course getting more points and winning gets you more. And then base is at the end of the match, on average, how many points teams are having in the base zone. So in the red square and the blue square, how many points they're earning on average there is the next criteria. And that's it. So it's ranking score. If there's a tie, we look at the points. If there's a tie there, we look at base points. And then plays are all the way on the right. So that's kind of how the rankings add up. And they're playing all of these competitions to go to the league tournament, which will be happening in just a couple weeks, which is where teams will compete and do qualification matches like this, 24 matches, 36 matches, with the full league there. And then they will play, they'll do an alliance selection and do a playoff bracket where they actually advance on to the Iowa Championship at the start of March. So that's sort of why we're doing this today and how those stack up. So hopefully that'll help you. If you see other competitions this year, that's why we're doing. How many get through is the question. So that depends on the number of slots at the Iowa Championship, which I think is 72, divided by the number of leagues. So not exactly sure on the number for you, but that's the math. All right, and our field is ready. I've been talking far too long. Actually, our final team here is getting ready, so let's go ahead and quickly, never mind. Maybe they're done. We'll wait. I'll do it during the match. Don't worry about it. Okay, randomization for this match is going to be purple, purple, green. And we'll meet the teams as we get into the match. So Red Alliance, are you ready to go? Red Alliance is ready. Blue Alliance, they're ready. Let's begin in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, and right away, over on the Red Alliance, Team 25656 Pioneer Robotics, showing off their launching capabilities there as they get 6 up and in. Purple, purple, green is the pattern, so they might earn that pattern ranking point right here. Purple, purple, green, and they come down in order. Nice job.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
So not only did the Red Alliance score a lot of points there in the match, but because they matched all 9 of them, they will earn the pattern ranking point at the end of the match, which plays into the rankings like we talked about, which plays onto the league tournament, and so forth. That is why every match and every decision matters a lot in First Tech Challenge competition. More artifacts flying in, and at this point, the Red Alliance not really too concerned about the order that they're seeing there because they're probably going to release that gate. More of those coming through as 22,479, the Royal Robots for the Blue Alliance, now launching with their partner 10602 Pioneer Robotics for Blue. 18482 Mechanical Soup is on the Red Alliance this match, partnered up with Pioneer Robotics. Both of them doing a good job of launching in. Mechanical Soup has another one ready, launching that just a bit short. Pioneer Robotics scooping up a few more for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance's Pioneer Robotics is get a couple in as well. 22-479, trying to play some defense against Pioneer Robotics. But they've shown just how robust their robot is, how consistent their launching capabilities are as they straighten out some artifacts within the bot. Taking a visit over to the human players, trying to get a look inside. Red Alliance is continuing to score. One artifact caught in the arch for the Red Alliance. We'll see if they can knock that out with any more artifacts this match. All three of those artifacts blocked up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nice job. All right, and the Red Alliance wins 142-81. I think that might be the highest clean score today with no fouls for Red. Really, really close. 4 ranking points earned by the Red Alliance. You can see they picked up the pattern ranking point with those 3 artifacts there because of what happened in Autonomous. They got all 9. They were able to get that. Staying in first there is 25656. Moving up to 10th is 18482 at today's competition. Blue Alliance walks away with 1 ranking point, which keeps 22479 in third and 10602 in 13th today. Okay, all of the teams are getting set up now for match number 18, so please help me welcome them to the field. First up on the Red Alliance, give it up for 20097 Roboraptors. And they're joined by team 32494, the Screw Ups. Over on the Blue Alliance, let's keep up the applause for 5062 Mechanaries and 8988 Bellevue Blockheads. Randomization is green, purple, purple. Got a couple claps for green, purple, purple. Big fans out there. All right, Red Alliance, let me get a thumbs up. You ready to go? Blue Alliance, how about you? They are good. Let's begin in 3, 2, 1, go. (20097) Roboraptors getting 2 of them. Last one just grazes the top of the goal and heads over the top. They've got some more time to score some more, and it looks like they're going to try it. 2 purple, maybe slightly misaligned. Looks like they're going to stop it there.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And it looks like that stop there by Roboraptors might have been intentional to try to keep those artifacts in their robot. Actually, a good strategy there. Teams have the ability to start a program, and then they can press stop at some point during autonomous as well. So they use that up. Good strategy there if that's what it was. 32494 Screw Ups. Now hit a couple of those artifacts, now drifting backwards. Looks like they might be having some drivetrain issues. See if they can get that sorted out. A lot of time left in the match. 1 minute, 15 seconds as the Blue Alliance looks to launch a few artifacts. Purple and green up and in. 8988, the Bellevue Blockheads, and their robot Lola skirting around the backside of the field. 1, 2 more purple artifacts up and in for the Blue Alliance. Pattern is green, purple, purple. So the Blue Alliance did have a lot of those in the right spot, decided they're going to release and try to pick up some more. Green, green going in for the Bellevue Blockheads. 35 seconds left. Red Alliance is still trying to get up and running, having a little bit of some issues with their robot. FTA is going to try to help them out here. Artifacts are continuing to fly in for the Blue Alliance as Bellevue Blockheads trying to block up the Red Alliance here. And they're back up and running. Roboraptors get their 2 in. They've got to act quickly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nice job, everybody. Good resilience in this match. Hey, let's hear it for all 4 teams here in match number 18. Nice job. Scores are in for match number 18. Good resilience in that match by all 4 teams, and the Blue Alliance wins 61-37. 3 ranking points earned by the Blue Alliance. Everybody stays at their current rank after that match. Now I'm going to turn it back over to Otis and Ben to get us kicked off for match number 19 in just a few minutes.
Qualification 19, robots are taking the field. On the Red Alliance, we have 367, Organized Chaos, and 24296, Top Bot.
And on the Blue Alliance, 8813, the Winter Soldiers, and 15055, Deductive Thinkers.
Randomizing the field.
Purple, green, purple is the motif pattern.
Red Alliance, are you ready?
Blue Alliance, are you ready?
Audience, are you ready?
Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! Our robots are off.
Looks like Topbot might be revving up to launch, and they make their first artifact and their second. That's 2 artifacts in the classifier ramp for the Red Alliance and a leave.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Deductive thinkers looking like they're ready to launch.
Organized Chaos getting lined up to launch. Here they go. Fall a little short.
Deductive thinkers take 2 shots and they make one of them.
Topbot in the back, launching some artifacts for the Red Alliance. Organized Chaos making use of that intake mechanism, and here's Topbot launching another 2 artifacts. One flies a little high, but they sink the other one.
Deductive thinkers emptying their gate. Deductive thinkers looking like they're ready to launch. And they make it. We are now in endgame. Robots trying to make their last couple of launches and then get a park.
Good launch by Topbot there.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's our game.
Looks like Blue Alliance got a major penalty there at the very end of the match.
Our scores aren't in, and it's going to be a win for the Red Alliance with a score of 63-26.
Qualification match 20 of the day. Red Alliance is taking the field. 6545 Knight Riders and 8672 You Bet are going to be our teams on the Red Alliance.
And for the Blue Alliance, 10082 Mechanicats and 4237 Cyberhawks. Purple, green, purple will be the motif pattern.
Okay, let's get our 20th match started. Red Alliance, are you ready?
Blue Alliance, are you ready?
Audience, are you ready?
Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! Mechanicans looking to launch. They make their first, their second, and their third.
Looks like Knight Riders got a leave in their auto there.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
We are now in Teleop, where the players have control of their robots. Cyberhawks wanting to launch, but a lot of defense is being played. Cyberhawks looking to launch.
Knight Riders with strong defense there, trying to keep any robots on the Blue Alliance from making a launch.
A lot of defense being played here by the Red Alliance.
Often you'll see this strategy when a team doesn't have an operating launching robot. Their team will just begin to focus on that defensive aspect.
Whoa. Mechanicats getting sandwiched in the middle of the field.
Oh! Looks like it was successful, though, as Red Alliance forces that artifact to fly wide.
Trying to launch his Cyberhawks, but they're getting defended. Mechanicats making a shot while being defended. They make their second. And then they got pushed out to not be able to make their third. Going for long range, but just miss. We are now in endgame. Robots trying to get some last shots out before trying to get a park. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Red Alliance there, Knight Riders lined up apart. You
And
bet
that'll
came
be
in
our
next.
game.
Robots cleared to come off the field. This should be our final score coming in here. It looks like it's going to be a win for the Blue Alliance with a final score of 55-21.
All right, everybody. We are at a very, very important part of the day. We're getting ready to go into match number 21. This is going to be these teams' final appearance today. So when they come up here onto the field and Otis and Ben announce the teams, I need all of you to cheer for all of the teams for just 4 matches, okay? Can you do that for me? Can you make these teams feel appreciated for just 4 more matches? Thank you very much. So when they announce them, make sure to give everybody a big round of applause and keep it coming through all 4 teams.
While our robots take the field, I have a question for you. Have you been having fun? It's a long day, right? It's almost over. We get to go home, but we're about to watch the last robot matches of the day. So make some noise for the Red Alliance, 8813, the Winter Soldiers, and 367, Organized Chaos.
Make some noise for the Blue Alliance, number 25656, Pioneer Robotics. And 22479, the Royal Robots.
randomizing the field. The motif pattern is purple, green, purple. Red Alliance, are you ready?
Blue Alliance, are you ready? You guys can be more enthusiastic, you know.
Audience, are you ready?
There we go. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go. And our match is off. Pioneer Robotics launching some artifacts. They make all 3 of them.
Looks like the Winter Soldiers left their starting position.
Pioneer Robotics launching some more artifacts. Three artifacts scored by Pioneer there.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Blue Alliance emptying their gate. Robo-Raptors launching their artifacts, making 1. Pioneer Robotics launching some artifacts, getting all 3 of them. Pioneer Robotics launching, and they get all 3 of them.
Organized Chaos looking to launch.
Pioneer launching some artifacts. Pioneer launching some more. They get 2. Robo-Raptors look to launch. Make 1, 2, and 3. Same with Pioneer. A lot of artifacts being scored by the Blue Alliance.
Organized Chaos, 3 artifacts loaded into their robot.
Robo-Raptors looking to shoot or launch. Wow.
Flies a little high there from Organized Chaos.
Three artifacts scored by Pioneer Robotics.
And Organized Chaos sinks one of those artifacts straight into the red goal.
3 more from Pioneer. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it bounced out. Hate when that happens. 3, though, from Pioneer.
Time's ticking on in game. Red Alliance looking to park. Here's the final countdown. 5,
4, 3, 2, 1.
That's the match.
Why don't we give one more round of applause to all these teams out here on the field? This is the last time we will be seeing them tonight. Our scores are in, and it will be a victory for the Blue Alliance. A score of 190 points to 44.
22nd match of the day. 8988 Bellevue Blockheads and 182 Mechanicats representing for the Red Alliance.
And on the Blue Alliance, 24296 Top Bot and 18482 Mechanical Soup. Let's give it up for these teams. Last match of the day. Green, purple, purple. No, wait, purple, purple, green.
Red Alliance, are you ready?
Blue Alliance, are you ready?
Audience, are you ready?
Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! And they're off. Mechanical Soup looking like they're ready to launch.
Mechanicats sinking an artifact for the Red Alliance.
Mechanical Soup looking to launch their final artifact.
Looks like Mechanicats got to leave there.
Just missed.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And here's Telia.
Drivers have full control of their robots.
Mechanicats emptying the gate for the Red Alliance.
Mechanical Soup getting their robot loaded by their human player. Mechanical Soup looking ready to launch. Ooh, just missed.
I think it went under. Bellevue Blockheads making 2 artifacts for the Red Alliance. Mechanicats making another artifact for the Red Alliance.
Top Bot launched an artifact and made it, while Mechanical Soup gets loaded up by their human player.
Looks like Red Alliance is paying close attention to that motif pattern.
18482 looking ready to launch. Looks like they'll decide against launching and instead play some defense.
Wheel comes off the Mechanicats robots after some defense being played. However, they still sink the shot they took and finish off their motif.
We got a wheel on the field. It looks like that came from Mechanicats.
a destructive match for the Red Alliance with a wheel, bearings, and gears left on the field.
Let's give it up one more time for all these teams. That is their final match of the day.
Robots coming off the field. Here's the final score. It looks like it's going to be a win for the Red Alliance with a final score of 68-14.
As we announce the names of the teams, please make sure you give them a warm, loud round of applause, because this will be their last match of the day.
23rd qualification match of 24. Second to last match of the day. Red Alliance has 1062 Pioneer Robotics and 32494 Screw Ups.
On the Blue Alliance, 4237 Cyberhawks and 8672 You Bet. Randomizing the field. Green, purple, purple.
Okay, Red Alliance, are you ready?
Blue Alliance, are you ready?
Audience, are you ready?
Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! And we are off.
Screw Ups taking some shots for the Red Alliance. They sink one of those.
It looks like both Blue Alliance teams will get a leave. Looks like that'll be all for Autonomous as we head into teleop.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
We are now in teleop. Cyberhawks looking like they're ready to launch. They make their first? No, it bounced out. Hate when artifacts bounce out of the goal, but they do make their third.
Red Alliance having trouble getting to the goal.
Wow, a lot of collision in the middle of the field. Four, 2, 3, 7, looking to take some shots.
Pioneer Robotics took
Make-
some launches for the Red Alliance.
Just missed.
Pioneer Robotics launching another 2 artifacts. One just bounces out, but they make the other one.
You Bet Robotics playing a lot of defense today in this match.
1 and 2 artifacts sunk in the goal by Pioneer Robotics.
Cyberhawks getting ready to launch. And it stays in. The Red Alliance just got a major foul there. That's why playing defense is so hard. Now an endgame. Robots trying to get their final shots out.
Pioneer Robotics sinks an artifact for the Red Alliance.
Coming down to the final seconds of this match. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that'll do it for this match. Let's give one more round of applause for these teams that this was their last match of the day. Our scores are in, and it looks like it'll be a victory for the Blue Alliance. 45 to 35. While we're waiting for our last match, I have a question for you guys. As we all know, there's a big football game coming up tonight. Are there any Bears fans in the audience? Are there any Packers fans in the audience? Going to be an exciting game to watch. but not as big, is our last match of the day.
I'd like to give a couple thank yous before our last match gets started. A big thank you to all the people back here running all of this, making this possible. Our refs, our volunteers, thank you to everybody. Thank you to the school for hosting us. And most of all, thank you to you guys for coming out and supporting us. Teams are taking the field on the Red Alliance. We have 10602 Pioneer Robotics and 32494 Screw Ups, Washington Middle School. Wrong one? Never mind, wrong match. On the Red Alliance, we have 6545 Knight Riders and 15055 Deductive Thinkers.
And on the Blue Alliance, 2-0. Sorry. And on the Blue Alliance, 20097, the Robo Raptors, and 5062 Mechanineers.
Hands up, one last time. We're going to randomize.
Purple, green, purple.
Red Alliance, are you ready?
Blue Alliance, are you ready? Audience, are you ready? Let's get our last match of the day started in 3, 2, 1, go! Robo Raptors looking like they're getting ready to launch here. They only shoot 2 and they make both of them. One. Robo Raptors will get 3 motif pattern points there.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
We are now in teleop. Drivers have full control of their robots.
Massive amount of collisions on the front launch triangle. Looks like the Robo Raptors got slammed and have disconnected. Deductive Thinkers launching some artifacts for the Red Alliance.
Man, this game is a defensive game, and the Robo-Raptors are back in business. Our thing broke. Robo-Raptors get one artifact scored when they launch.
Red Alliance picked up a minor penalty there.
It looks like the part of the Robo-Raptors intake system got broken there.
Some of those stretch surgical tubing bands have been severed.
It always sucks when that happens.
Deductive thinkers got underneath the Mechanaries there and started picking them up and driving them. An absolutely crazy amount of collisions on the field. Some of the Robo-Raptors' surgical tubing has come off. Deductive thinkers missed that shot there. Looks like their intake.
Let's
That's
give
the game.
a warm round of applause for the last match of the day.
That was our league meet.
Thank you all for coming.
Stick around because the final scores for qualification 24 are going to be coming in. That was a very intense match. Lots of collisions. Lots of defense and lots of parts falling off of robots.
Let's give one more round of applause for all the teams competing in today's meets.
With all those collisions and such happening during that match, it looks like it may take the refs quite some time to add up penalties. Final match of the day, final score coming in. It's a win for the Blue Alliance with a final score of 55-33. Thank you guys. Have a great rest of your weekend.